Final step. Attach robotic ignition system. Thank you for using the help desk technology. Welcome to the Gadgetron Help Desk. We're here to offer you advice during your interplanetary travels. The Help Desk is a free service provided by Gadgetron Corporation. You can interrupt help desk messages by pressing triangle. To disable help desk messages, please select options from your pause menu. That's nanotech. Whenever you sustain injury, let Gadgetron's patented nanotech system rebuild your body from the inside out. To use your bomb board, press the circle button to equip it, and the circle button again to fire it. You can also use it in first person by holding down the L1 button.
Interesting. You're quite handy with your wrench.
You bet! I built that ship with it!
Currently, I'm in search of someone who could be assistance of saving the solar system. Do you know where I might find that fellow?
Well, he's on the radio every week. Other than that, no. Hey, what's with all this save the solar system stuff anyway?
Hello, citizens of... My race, the Blarg, have a small problem. Our planet has become polluted, overpopulated, and poisonous, that we're no longer able to dwell there. But I, Chairman Drek, have a solution. We are constructing a pristine new world using the choice of planetary components available. So what does this mean, you might ask? Using highly sophisticated technology, which you couldn't possibly understand, we'll be extracting a new large portion of your planet, adding to our new one. Unfortunately, this change in mass will cause your planet to spin out of control and drift into the sun, where it will explode to a flaming ball of gas. But of course, sacrifices must be made. Thank you for your cooperation.
Cut!
If you don't like it, you can take your whiny, sniveling, snot-nosed populations form a line behind me and kiss my... We're still going on? Well, turn it off, you idiot!
The people on those planets are hosted well. Good luck getting Captain Qwark to help you.
Actually, you could help me. If you could use your ship to take me to the coordinates gathered in this infobot, I might be able to gather further information here.
Even if I wanted to, I can't. I'm missing a crucial component of the ship.
The robotic ignition system?
How did you know that?
I, sir, happen to be equipped with the latest robotic ignition systems. My programming allows me to start any ship I choose.
So, I agree to take you to this whatever it is, and you get my ship started for me?
That is what I'm proposing.
Deal!
This could be a problem. Take care of it!
Oh, this is great! So that's where I've been stuck this whole time.
Please return your appendages to the steering mechanism,
Huh?
sir.
Alright. Sorry. Oh, and by the way, you can stop calling me sir. The name's Ratchet.
Can you please make your acquaintance, sir?
You got a
My
name?
serial number is B54296.
Oops. I'll just call you Clank for short. Hang on!
You see, it would be most beneficial if your citizens were not in the city when my workers began removing it.
Preposterous! I will not stand for this!
Unfortunately, you will have no choice in the matter.
Let's see what Captain Qwark has to say about that, my good man! I don't see what's so funny. Captain Qwark will dispatch you even without breaking a sweat, you puny!
You have now officially worn out your chance. And my peasants!
Hey! This is your last chance! Stop this madness now!
Okay, wait, you're right. I will withdraw my troops.
Really?
No! He's all yours! Gentlemen, try not to leave any marks.
Yeah! Clank? Where are you?
I'm right here.
Oh, sorry about that. Well, we're not leaving the way we came in.
Perhaps we could procedure a ship from the inhabitants.
If there aren't any left.
don't hurt me! Don't hurt me! What are you? Mercenaries? Torturers? Assassins? I'll tell you anything. Here, take my infobot. It's all I got left. But sir, why not a set? Hold on. Let's see what he's got.
Has this ever happened to you? Hi, I'm Captain Qwark, and believe me, there's nothing worse than staring down a bargy snuggle beast from the inside and knowing your equipment isn't functioning properly. That's why I come to Al's Robo Shack for all my electronic needs. Al's been the exclusive repair shop for my electronic gadgets since I was knee-high to a sand mouse. If Al can't fix it, it's not broke. Right, Al? You said it, pal. If you're fighting crime, or just fighting crime, come to Al's Robo Shack in Metropolis for all your robotic repairs. Al's Robo Shack, it's Qwark-tastic!
Do you know what this means? Yeah, Captain Qwark is really sold out. No, it means Captain Qwark's on Metropolis. We could tell him about this invasion. If we had a ship... Huh? A ship? You're not going to torture me? As a planetary chairman, I can arrange for you to borrow our courier ship. Cool, you can count on us, sir. Right. Thank you, your chairmanshipliness.
Gadgetron infobots give you coordinates for new planets. You should press the select button to bring up the map and go to your ship. It's marked with a star. To dive and X to rise. Push X harder to rise more quickly.
Dead blasted! Look, plumber's crack. What did you just say? I said, look, the plumber's back! Alright, wise guy. Shouldn't you be on one of them escape transports? Escape transports? Newsflash! Giant robots attacking! The escape transports are taking all the rich folks off this goddamn planet. So why aren't you on one? Socioeconomic disparity? What? He hasn't got enough bolts. Working people have to wait for Captain Qwark to save us. Well, got anything worth a lot of bolts? I got this thing. Shows two weirdos ditching a ship.
It's got coordinates to a desert planet, too.
An infobot, Ratchet. We could use that. Geronimo! Did he slide down a sewer pipe? Mayday, mayday! This is the Skull Ship Radical. We seem to be under attack from the planet's surface. It looks like some sort of firework display. Probably in your rudder. Whoa, that was close. Ah! Pipe down, I can't concentrate. Oh, we've been hit. An unexpected detour. We will land. I'll see if I can scare an excavation for you. We're not gonna live that long. Kid, let's on-screen. Eject! Eject! Did you see that guy on the left? That was Skid McMarks. Does he know Captain Qwark? I doubt it. He's a pro hoverboarder. Always going off about how cool he is. Looks like he's in trouble. I'll say, I never seen him look so freaked out.
To enter look around mode, press and hold the L1 button.
You can also use your weapons and your wrench in this mode.
Hunter, fuzzball.
To quickly center the camera, just tap L1. accurately aim the blaster if you hold down L1.
Ratchet, that's the man we saw in the infobot, remember? He knows Captain Qwark. So you're that robot guy, right? No, actually, I build robots. I myself am not a robot guy, per se. Nerd. I like him. So now we're clear that up. What can I do for you? Well, we saw your infobot announcement. You were with Captain Qwark. We were trying to find Captain Qwark and we thought you can help us. Your logic is so commendable. However, I haven't seen Captain Qwark since we shot that commercial. Say, do you run on standard XP18 sister boards? Version 7.66. Back at ya! I may be able to help you after all. How does a helipack upgrade sound? Upgrade? Natch, since he's a 766, I could have the little guy up and flying in no time. Of course, I'll need my fee of service. Okay, this won't hurt a bit. Hey, wait! Ratchet, am I cool now? Yeah, you're the man, Clank! You're welcome!
Try using the helipack's boost jump feature to climb these boxes. Press R1 to crouch, then jump. You'll need your new helipack's drek jump feature to cross this gap. While you're running, crouch using R1 and then jump. Try using the glide feature of your new helipack. Jump, and then press and hold the X button in midair to glide.
Greetings, Executive Chairman Drek. Dispense with pleasantries. Lieutenant, my sources tell me you're behind schedule. You must prepare this planet to be harvested for our new world.
Yes, sir. As you can see, everything's moving along as planned.
I'm counting on you, Lieutenant. As the former commander tell you, I do not take disappointment well.
Yes, sir. I won't fail. Drek is destroying another planet. Yeah, if that's the kind of help he's getting, I don't think we have anything to worry about. You should not underestimate Chairman Drek. He is quite dangerous. We must find Captain Qwark.
Look, that lieutenant doesn't seem so tough. Let's take him out ourselves.
Perhaps we could persuade the lieutenant to tell us where Drek is.
Now you're talking.
Welcome to Captain Qwark's fitness course. If you're strong enough, fast enough, and clever enough to beat my fitness challenge, you will receive my reward from my head trainer. Simply make your way to the third island to complete the course. Good luck. Qwark Enterprises is not responsible for sprains, broken bones, snapped tendons, bruised egos, or accidental death occurred while taking the challenge.
Excuse me, Captain, but we have more pressing issues. We urgently need your assistance. Clank? Yes? Do you notice anything unusual about Captain Qwark? Well, I find the fact that he has a spring where his legs should be to be quite puzzling. And why do you think that is? Possibly an injury while battling evil. This isn't the real Captain Qwark, you numbskull! It's a robot! Oh.
These moving walls also function as jump slots. Jump and jump again to kick off the walls in midair until you reach the top.
Listen up, you hardball. That was the most pathetic display I have ever seen on that obstacle course.
What do you mean? We finished the circuit, ma'am.
Yeah, it was weak. When I was competing, I would devour courses like that for breakfast.
But that's not all.
If it were up to me, you would drill for the rest of the day. But somehow, you managed to impress that fool Captain Qwark.
Captain Qwark knows about us?
He currently does. And worst of all, he wants me to give you a prize for the ridiculous performance.
Cool! What is it?
I'm supposed to give you a swing shot, so you can swipe to end from like little insects.
Alright, let's see it!
Not so fast. Today the two of you discussed my obstacle course, so I'm going to make you pay.
But that prize is ours from the captain. That's not fair.
Too bad. Life's not fair.
Sweet! I bet Captain Qwark uses stuff like this all the time!
Real men can swim without silly toys like that. The two of you make me sick.
Congratulations on your new Gadgetron swing shot. Use it on standard Versa targets like the ones nearby if the target is out of view. Use L1 to aim. Try the Gadgetron Quick Select system to activate weapons or gadgets. Hold triangle and select an icon with your left analog stick.
I got some great bargains for you today.
It's him, Skid McMarks! The man from the Infobot.
In the flesh, little dude. You guys get a little of that epic space battle I was in.
We saw you screaming for help.
I was like a war cry. My agent and I got ambushed on the way to the hoverboard practice.
Did he survive the crash, sir?
He's okay, but I've had a little trouble getting back to my ship due to my sprained ankle.
Come on.
If you can take out all the sand sharks, I might have a spare hoverboard for you.
We'd love to help you, Mr. Midbox, but Ratchet and I need to find one of your hoverboards? I always wanted your decent hoverboards. Well, keep your foot elevated, okay?
Man, catch!
A brand new C3000! You can't even buy these!
Well, I gotta bail. Catch you dudes at the hoverboard races.
You just acquired a Gadgetron Z3000 hoverboard. Use your new hoverboard at the racetrack in Blackwater City on planet Wilgar.
Yeah!
Using the latest in precision laser technology, the Gadgetron Trespasser is guaranteed to work on Gadgetron's line of Invinco lock security doors. Lasers are mounted on each ring of the Invinco lock. Aim the lasers at the receptors on the outside ring to turn them green before the Invinco lock will open.
whatsoever. This downtime's killing me. Do you need medical attention, sir? Don't be so literal, son. The problem is, I'm stranded on this black water planet, and my stockline is nowhere to be found. Hey, we saw you on that infobot. You're Skid's agent. What Skid's agent? Haven't seen him since our ship crash, and an agent without a client is like a flame without a dog. Say, you look like an athletic kid. If you could bring back the championship prize for the hoverboard races in Blackwater City, I'll make you my next star. We have no time for trivia matters, sir. I could be the next Skid McMarks.
Yes, quite lovely. That's just about do it. Commander, we're finished with this world. Commence towing our planet to its next destination. Lieutenant!
Yes, sir.
You have fulfilled your tree quota. Barely.
We're ready to return to base.
Not so fast, Lieutenant! Just because we don't need any more trees doesn't mean we should have them. Destroy everything.
Sweet!
The suck cannon can vacuum up multiple enemies. Then fire them out as high-caliber missiles. Caution, enemies must be small enough to fit inside the barrel.
I got some great buggers for you today.
Lasers are mounted on each ring of the Invinco lock. Aim the lasers at the receptors on the outside ring to turn them green before the Invinco lock will open. By double tapping triangle, you can quickly switch between your two most recently used weapons or gadgets.
You sure showed him. I supposed I did.
Is your current location leaving a rotten taste in your mouth? Then you need to know about BTS. Blog Tactical Research Station. Hi, I am Supreme Executive Chairman Drek, and we are here at BTS are seeking motivated individuals to fill positions in these exciting careers. Grind boot tester, warhead assembly technician, mutant animal husbandry, robot repairman, sun cannon test dummy, administrative assistant. So call BTS, build our weapon while you build your future.
I'm calling BTS today! Now we're talking! Did you see all those cool gadgets they're making? Let's go get some! No, we must continue our search for Captain Qwark. You're absolutely right. I am? Sure, we need to find Qwark, although when we find him, wouldn't it be nice to tell him where Chairman Drek is? I suppose. Well, when we go to the space station and talk to the scientists, they work for Drek, so they're bound to know where he is. I am unsure about your logic. Ah, you think too much. Come on, let's go!
I got some great buggers for you today.
Need a little help with these enemies? Try your taunter.
I thought I was a gunner this time. Some nano-weighted genetics must let the cages open again. You can come down now. Honestly, a gadget engineer deserves a bit more respect if you ask me. So you're an inventor? Gadget engineer, I create revolutionary devices for Executive Chairman Drek, for instance. Voila! My soon-to-be patented grind boots. Look, I need to get out of here so I can find a new job. How about I sell you these at cost? Sell? After we saved your scrawny butt? Alright. I'll give you an employee discount too. Well, thanks. I'm gonna get out of here while I still can.
You've got the grind boots. Grind boots let you travel on rails like this. Jump onto the rails and grind. Jump, then press and hold X again while in the air to glide. You have just activated a gauge bot. To command a gauge bot, hold down triangle and select wait, follow, attack, or enter.
There you go.
The Gadgetron Hydro Displacer user insta-faucets and insta-drains. Using it, you can drain and fill pools. Our sensors do not detect any on this space station.
I'm back. So you are. And I found this. Hey, cool! It's, what is it? A hydro displacer. Great! I always wanted one of these. I guess.
Did you know that you can place any gadget or weapon on your quick select? Just pause and choose quick select from the menu. This shuttle has an autopilot, which will take you to a decommissioned Blarg warship. Our scanners indicate there may be useful technology on board.
Thank you for selecting our automated self-destruct feature. Vessel annihilation sequence initiated. Please remove our personal belongings. Perhaps you didn't hear me. This vessel will self-destruct. Boom. In a matter of seconds. Please evacuate.
This is Darla Gratch reporting live from Blackwater City. We just learned that Captain Qwark will be presenting the grand prize at the Intergalactic Hoverboard Companionship, which will be held over at the next few days. In release news, the planet has recently been suffering from an infestation of strange, abiotic creatures. The city's administration has assured this reporter that every step has been taken to eradicate these nemesis. Darla Gratch, Channel 2 News.
Did you see that? Yes, I hope that poor woman is alright. She's fine, I think. I was talking about the hoverboard races.
Header, fuzzball. Hey! Press conference is over. Captain Qwark doesn't want any more reporters bugging him in his trailer.
Oh, you see, my friend and I need to speak to the captain about a matter of galactic security.
You mean you and your walkie camera? You paparazzi made me sick. Now beat it!
But sir, I'm sure that Captain Qwark will understand what's...
No, save it. I know how it works. You convince me to let you in, and you snap a picture of Captain Qwark in his underpants.
Underpants?
Then you sell the picture to the info tabloid for $1 million.
You got it wrong!
Meanwhile, I'm stuck here making $6 an hour, and I have to listen to the lecture from that cheapskate Qwark. So you don't get it unless I get a kickback in advance. So you see how it works. You grease the hinges, the door opens.
Captain Qwark?
Who's that?
It's Ratchet and Clank, Captain. You know from the...
Oh, yes. I know who you are.
You do?
Yes, and thank the galaxy you found me.
Huh?
There's an awful plot being hatched to destroy our planet.
Ratchet, he knows. Great. Does this mean we could go hoverboarding now?
My friends, we're all in grave danger, and I believe that together we can put a stop to this madness.
Together? You mean you want our help?
Look, Ratchet, I've been keeping an eye on you, and I've never seen anyone with such raw talent. You are a true hero in the making.
Really? You mean I could be famous?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, here, take this. What makes a man toil in obscurity while another becomes a hero? Is it strength, compassion, determination, or just pure blind luck? Wise men through the ages struggle with that very question, but Captain Qwark knows the secret. That's why he's been able to defeat more desperates, rescue more damsels in distress, and save more civilizations than any other hero in the galaxy. Now is your opportunity to see if you got the stuff heroes are made of. This infobot contains coordinates to Qwark's secret base. Can you quickly conquer Qwark's killer candidate of Quan-founded complexions? Can you quickly Qwarkly quick? Just make your way through the defenses to the center base, improve yourself, learn the secret, and earn your piece in galactic history. Consult your doctor before attempting any strategy. Decisions are responsible for never dismemberment. Your souls may vary. Meet me at my headquarters.
Hey, Captain Ratchet, what do you think? We won't fail you, sir. We promise.
Go now. Go. I got some great buggers to read today. Rhino pre-robot. Trade ya. Well, okay, Ratchet. I'm kidding. Sorry, he's not for sale. And what's a rhino anyway? Rip ya a new one. What did you just say to me? RYNO. Rip ya a new one.
Why, that's the most powerful missile launcher in the galaxy. I know it's worth a lot of bucks, but he must have stolen it from the Blarg.
Stolen? Look, trash can, didn't I say anything about it being hot? You better watch your mouth or I'll... Wait, don't tell me. Rip ya a new one. Well, this thing's heavy. Yeah, try carrying it around your trench coat for 2 months.
Thank you, sir. We'll make sure to tell everyone about your services.
Listen, you old twerp. If you tell anyone what you saw or what we talked about, do I even have to say it? You two have a nice day. Yeah! Target locked! Open fire! No!
Intergalactic Hoverboard Competition. Captain Qwark's giving away a brand new Platinum Zoomerator to the winner of this competition.
A Platinum Zoomerator? Perhaps that would be proof of our accomplishments that Skid's agent requires.
Wait, do you guys mean Skid McMarks?
Yeah, Skid couldn't make it, so we're here to, fill in for him?
Guess we'll see about that.
Hi folks, Captain Qwark here. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce this year Hovercon Intergalactic Champions. Let's give it up for our newcomers, Ratchet and Clank. Hey look, that's us. Today's winners will take home a brand new professional grade Model T15 Platinum Zoomerator manufactured by Gadgetron. This hoverboard drive delivers more lift, speed, and maneuverability than any other anti-grav device on the market. For all folks, that's all the time we have tonight. Remember to send your infobots to the Qwark Classic channel for tonight's episode of a dogfight over Death Canyon starring yours truly. Thank you, and have a Qwark-tastic day!
Since you now have a Zoomerator, you can convert tricks into turbo. Press the square button to use the turbo.
Welcome to my challenge course. Now's your chance to prove yourself strong and brave, like me. Conquer it, and you'll join in my fight against evil.
Haven't we done enough already?
What? I can't hear you.
I said, haven't we done?
Sorry, I'm having trouble. Tell me later.
Later? We might be dead by then.
What?
All right, Clank. Let's get going.
Well, well, you two continue to surprise me. Step into the ring of heroes, and I'll give you what you deserve.
Ratchet, this is no time for you to become cautious. We have reached our goal. I don't know. There's something fishy going on here.
Listen to your little metal friend, Ratchet. Your destiny's mere steps away.
It's just doesn't seem right. This is it. Qwark is going to help us stop Trim and Drek.
Why, thank you, Clank. You've been the most helpful.
Ugh. Get off me, you idiot!
I love it when a plan comes together.
What do you mean? What do you think he means, genius? He's not going to help us! He's going to kill us!
You catch on quick. Although there is one problem with your hypothesis. I'm not going to kill you.
You're not?
No, he is!
But why?
Why? It's not really that difficult to decipher. I'm the official spokesman for Drek's new planet. I can't have you getting in the way of my comeback.
This isn't over, Qwark!
No. But it will be soon.
I wonder what that infobot is for. Maybe it can replace you!
We're bent down! We're bent down! The ships are entering our position from the air! Huh? That was close! Too close! We needed support now! Actually, I need support! My entire battalion went AWOL and left me to fight this war on my own! If the enemy doesn't kill those guys, well, I'm going to not last much longer! And request immediate assistance! Over and out!
Those are Drek ships destroying that plant. We must help that commando.
Are you serious? That's it! I'm out of here! Captain Qwark is gonna be sorry he messed with me!
This is not about Captain Qwark anymore. There are innocent lives lost.
Yeah? Well, I'm done with this stupid hero stuff! I got my own agenda now!
Ratchet, this is not like you.
What do you know about me? You spent this whole time looking for Qwark. You don't know anything about me.
I know that you will do the right thing.
Yeah? Well, right now, the thing I want to do is find Qwark. How do you start this stupid thing?
Haven't you forgotten? You need the robotic ignition system. I will start the ship if you agree to help that commando.
So, blackmail is it? Fine. Just shut up and start the ship. Back so soon? Oh, you're talking to me? I'm not on the habit of talking to myself, you buffoon! Did you get rid of him? Yes! No. Well, I fought at Splendid and I fought. You fought? You fought? I didn't think it around here, you slug-brained idiot! I simply need you to eliminate those two nuisances before they causing you real trouble. But I wanted to. Do you still want to be the highly paid spokesman for my planet? Yeah? Then the next time I send you to do a job, I want results! Now get out of my sight! At attention, you deserted maggots! The next time you soldiers try to go AWOL, I'm trying to shoot you myself. Look, I'm just watching Seven Worm! You see those bombers? If you don't get into charge and knock those ships out of the sky, this whole planet's gonna be rubble. Meet me at the city entrance.
He needs our help.
Well, why don't you go help him? Into another trap. Well, go on. Go fight some evil.
At least I'm not a coward.
Whatever. As soon as I find Qwark, I'm selling you for scrap.
Hi there, fuzzball.
Who are you? What are you doing? We're on a mission to save the galaxy. Speak for yourself and put your hands down. You look ridiculous. Actually, I don't care who you are. I gotta get the heck out of here. I joined the military to get the money to go to college. I never knew I'd end up in a war. Go figure. This is a notable cause, sir. No, but my hiney. I just want to get home to my family. Here, I pulled this off a busted robot. Give me some bolts for a bus fare, and it's yours. Thanks a bunch. Good luck saving the galaxy or whatever.
Greetings, Supreme Executive Chairman Drek. As you can see, we're about to test our newest automated pilot's helmet. This helmet allows pilots to control our latest high-tech buttons using their own buttons. Please enjoy this demonstration. We still have a few minor adjustments to make.
Whoa! If I ever got the kinks worked out of that thing, I have got to get me one! If they're working for Chairman Drek, they may know where he is. Is that all you can think about? Drek this and Drek that? I got my own problems! If you cannot see the importance of a situation, you do have problems. Yeah, well if you're so smart, how come you fell for qwark's stupid trick? Ah, forget it. We both need to get to this planet, and that's all that matters.
It won't budge. I tried everything. I've no sorts of nuclear weaponry. No, never mind.
Well, you tried. See ya.
That's my soldier. You going into that compound, even if I have to throw you. That ventilation shaft to the turret. Platform soldier. Find a way to use that shaft to infiltrate that compound undetected. You show bravery by making this far, soldier, and for that, I'll reward you. I intercepted this communique that you might find useful. Take it. I want to find my battalion. Good luck. Hello again, fellow Blarg. I hope this message finds you well. As many of you know, our home planet is no longer habitable. We abandoned our factories, our laboratories, and our happy lives because of the encroaching pollution, leaving much behind. Fortunately, the nearby planets will supply us with all we need to create our new home, which is nearing completion. Once our scientists locate the ideal orbit, our new world will be perfect, so reserve your space now. Prime locations are filling up fast. Good day.
Now do you understand why we must stop him? He won't rest until he has destroyed every planet in the galaxy.
Yeah? Well, I got bigger fish to fry.
Bigger than a galaxy? Yeah, different fish anyway. Look, didn't that commando guy said we could get into the compound? Yes, by using the ventilation shaft. But we'll need something special to walk on that. Fine, let's get going then. We'll come back later.
You'll need a pair of Gadgetron Magna boots to traverse this ventilation shaft. Unfortunately, our scanners do not detect any Magna boots on this planet.
Now this is cool!
You have acquired a pilot's helmet manufactured by the Blarg. It will allow you to fly jet fighters via neural induction.
I got some great buggers for you today.
Yeah. Oh yeah! 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 Yeah!
Gadget bots can't climb, but you can use your enter command to send them into the bot ports.
Yeah! 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 Oh yeah! Yeah! Oh, yeah! Let's go there. Come on, guys. Say so. Yeah! Let's go. Try going there. Guys, follow me. Go get 'em, boys. Yeah. Go. Yeah. 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 Yeah! Yeah! Ow! Yeah! 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 Show 'em what you're made of. Let's go there. Huh? Yeah! 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 Guys, go there. Let's go there. Here you go. Stay there. Yeah. Yeah. Come here. Yeah. 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 Wait here, okay? Follow me. I know what to do. Yeah, yeah. Let's destroy them. Boys, go over here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I have an idea. Stay here. Come. Follow me. Yeah. Let's go over there. Yeah, yeah. Go into that hole. There we go.
These Magna boots are a device designed for climbing special metal surfaces. However, your feet appear to be too small to equip them.
Come on, let's go. Come on, go in. Attack him. Come on, let's go. Attack him. Follow me. Attack. Come on. Follow me. Attack him. Come on. Let's get him. Seize him. Follow me. Seize them! Alright, stay here. Follow me. Come to me. I have a job for you. Go into this hole. But about let Ratchet see this one. Oh! Hey! Are you giving me these or not? They're magnetic. I appear to be stuck to them. Oh. Whoa! What do you have in there? Gears. Metal fillings. Dust. You know what I mean. What is it? I'll show you this, but you must promise to stay focused on our mission. There's something about qwark. Cities are full of smog, swamps are full of muck, and tar pits are full of tar. But here at Hawaii Resort, the sun shines between 24 hours a day. Visitors get a free O2 mask to explore our warm waters, and then get a marine ride will welcome you to the big blue world under the sea. You can also use our complimentary flippers to partake in speed swimming. So come to Hawaii Resort and leave your world and your troubles behind. Hawaii Resort! Pukitaru! I knew it. Oh, come on! Switch off your nerd circuits and have some fun! Look, we'll just go long enough to pick up the O2 mask. Maybe the extra oxygen will help your brain to function properly. Yeah, and maybe extra salt water will rust your mouth shut. I got some great buggers for you today. Hey, I know you two. Look, the plumber's back. Very funny. What are you doing here? Maintenance. What else? I help fix this planet's useless air defenses. Well, I think you better hurry up. Sure, it works fine, you little yahoo. It's the locals. They haven't got the skilled manpower to use it. I'm a pretty good shot. You? No, I could lose my job. Come on! What's the sense of keeping a turret if nobody's gonna use it? Besides, the block chased you off the last planet. Why don't we pay him back? Well, alright. Go on if you want. Just don't break anything. Well, looks like he's good for something after all. Here, take this. What is it? It detects underground bolts. My grandfather decided to suck up loose change on any planet in the galaxy. What a cheap old man he was. Well, see you around sometime.
Since you now own the metal detector, a bolt icon will show up on screen whenever you're near a buried stash of bolts. When equipped, the metal detector will give you signals to indicate your proximity to the buried bolts. The detector plate will always indicate the direction to the bolts. Hold down the circle button to activate the device. As you move closer to the bolts, the rings will become redder and the beeping will become faster. Continue holding down the circle button, and once you're directly over the bolts, the metal detector will suck them out of the ground.
I got some great buggers for you today.
Hey, you two are the first friendly faces I've seen in weeks. You two are friendly, aren't you? To him? Yes. To him? No. Well, friend, I've got a deal for you. Since the Blarg began dumping their toxic sludge into our ocean, the wildlife has, become ravenous mutant. Yeah, you can say that. All my customers either left or became lunch, so I'm closing this place down. However, I just so happen to have one countable on O2 mask. How much? It's not for sale. But you said. I said I had a deal, and indeed I do. You boys get rid of those blog ships and it's yours. Just escort me to the other end of the resort and you can use a jet fighter. Jet fighter, eh? Alright. But you better not try to stiff with us. We're here! Now where's that fighter? Right there in that locked garage. One tourist crashed the jet and wham, lawsuit! That lock is unlike any I've seen. Very astute observation, Mr. Shiny. I can't open it either. I don't trust the tourists and the board of directors don't trust me, so we have a little problem. We have a little problem? I just want the O2 masks. If you can't open the lock, that's your problem. Now cuff up the mask. Hold on. I can see where we all want to fly our jet, so I'll tell you what. Go talk to Bob at his RoboShack. He knows about these locks.
With the thruster pack, you can power slam switches like these by jumping and pressing R1.
Well, what do we got here? Hey, watch it. I recognize that work. You're betting to see Al, ain't you? Yeah, he installed the helipad. I can see that. I taught that Egypt brother of mine everything he knows. Look, if you want some real hardware, I can fix this little fella up with a thruster pack. Ooh, will that help us get past the weird lock by the fire garage? You know about these gizmos, huh? It sure as heck will. It's got a real special power slam move built right in. It's a good thing I need this to get to that jet, or you'd be out of luck, pal. I've got it. I'll have you fix stuff faster and harder to hopping. There you are, little buddy. Better than new. That's right. I'm the man. Not bad.
Your thruster pack includes a new power slam feature. Just press the R1 button during a jump to enjoy your new destructive capabilities. Press square to fire the machine guns, and press circle to fire homing missiles. To go faster, hold down X.
I guess I should do it. Here you go. About time.
The O2 mask allows you to breathe underwater in poisonous atmospheres or even in outer space. It will auto-equip when you need it.
Hello again, everyone! Supreme Executive Chairman Drek here to fill you in on our progress. We have found a new perfect orbit for our planet, one which will allow for the optimum temperature all year round. However, there is a planet now occupying that orbit, and sadly for its few insignificant inhabitants, it must be destroyed. That's why we created this, the Planet Buster Maximus, a device capable of blowing an entire planet into subatomic particles. We're quite proud of it. Here's how it works. We attach the Planet Buster to the ship, fire it into the orbit around the planet, and let it go kaboom. Quite ingenious, really. Once our trained professionals put the finishing touches on the planet, everything will be complete. Thank you. Goodbye.
Now this guy's gonna blow up an entire planet? That's just mean. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Look, I'm still gunning for qwark, but if we end up taking out Drek too, fine. What? You do care. Don't push it, pal.
This is a premium nanotech dispenser. You can a can to increase your maximum health. This dispenser also carries Ultra Nanotech, the very latest in Gadgetron technology. Ultra Nanotech is 3 times more potent than Premium Nanotech.
That must be the ship that will transport the bomb. You think? Great work, Detective.
Your thruster pack upgrade gives you the ability to hover and strafe. Double tap R1 to activate hover and hold L2 or R2 to strafe from side to side.
Is there a problem, sir? Y'all wouldn't have any spare parts, would ya?
Help yourself.
These dang rocks are too tough. I keep breaking my drill.
That rock is raritanium. Let me have a look at that drill.
Wanna shoot my dog and call me Sally? Thanks, partner.
No problem. I suppose I could take that rock off your hands too.
Heck, here you go.
I got some great burgers for you today.
Hey, buddy, what's shaking?
Oh my goodness. Aren't you just a little angel?
Actually, I'm a little robot.
You're funny too.
Yeah, but looks aren't everything.
You be nice. I think I got something special for you. How would you like a hydropack upgrade?
That would be quite helpful for swimming underwater. Whatever.
There you go, sweetie. You look so handsome.
Thank you, miss. Your craftsmanship is excellent. If you two are through, jealous?
You can come back and see me at any time.
Your hydro pack will automatically equip when you're swimming. The hydro pack lets you swim against currents.
We're too late. The ship is leaving. Hang on! There's an old defense over there. Hey, are you thinking what I'm thinking? I sincerely doubt it.
Men, you're about to embark on a very dangerous mission. We will be launching a heavily armed surprise attack from our new moon base against a completely unarmed planet. Actually, that doesn't sound too dangerous. Nevertheless, you'll orders are to simply destroy anything that moves, steal the power generators from Gorda City, then destroy anything that doesn't move. Oh, and don't forget, have fun.
We must get to the moon base and stop Drek. No! We have to get to the moon base to find Qwark! If Drek is there, Qwark is probably with him! But Drek is going to destroy that city, we must get to that base. That's what I said! No, that's what I said. Fine!
Now that you have the hydro pack, you can activate its turbojets by holding down R1.
Hey! What are you doing here? I'm searching for a very elusive and secret substance. Raritanium? Maybe? The oceans on this planet are said to be an excellent source of that element. Well, not anymore. All that toxic dumping has obscured any trace of it. You will find raritanium for me.
No, I will not.
Piece of junk. My latest invention, the Persuader, I intended to use it to control minds, but the only thing it's got me so far is a discount from the Gadgetron vendors. Hey, I could use that. Well, I'd trade for some raritanium. I believe Planet Hoven is the source of that element. Perfect! This is precisely what I need! You will bring me more raritanium! You can't be serious! Oh well, I tried!
The Persuader is an illegal black market device that tricks Gadgetron vendors into giving big discounts on all items. We at Gadgetron trust you not to take advantage of this unsupported product.
It is time to begin your new assignment.
A photo op by your shiny new shuttle. Terrific idea.
Oh, you really are an idiot.
What?
You are to take that shuttle to the moon base and ambush those two miscreants when they arrive.
Oh yes, who are they again?
Those two!
Oh, of course. There is just one problem. I'm,
a ship for ground combat? True. That is why I will be loaning you my starfighter. You can still fly, can you? It's settled then. You will acquire that starfighter once you get to the moon. Screw this up, and the endorsement deal is off.
No, but that would ruin me.
You wouldn't. Haha, try me.
I did not cheat Drek's ship. We must have missed him. Who knows where Qwark is now? If we're gonna catch those two, we're gonna need a faster ship. Perhaps this space station will supply the ship we need. Well, we're here. Let's go check it out.
pulsing towers control the force fields. In order to knock them all out, you're going to need the Gadgetron Devastator or the Visibomb gun.
Captain Ratchet. Come and get me, hero!
Perhaps we could obtain a ship here.
Great idea! Let's go!
You know, Ratchet, I'm doing this for your own good. Be good for a beginner.
Nice shot, kid!
I ain't one.
Why, you son of a... Hey, I wonder what this button is for. Now it's my turn. Boys, I have a job for you. Don't let them win this one, okay? You want to do a thing like that? Just a scratch. Reminds me of my first space battle when I was just a small fry. Look, I always liked you, kiddo. I was just following orders. Mayday! Well, Ratchet, I'd say you passed the test. Oh boy. Ah!
history! Despite my earlier criticism, I must admit that your piloting skills are improving. I knew you'd come around, but that has not helped us locate Drek. Come on, Clank! Can't you just once relax and enjoy a little success? Hey, you wanna catch Drek? Betcha this baby can do it!
This is Darla Gratch reporting live from Gorda City. This once peaceful planet is now being torn apart in an unprovoked attack. It now seems certain that Supreme Executive Chairman Drek will not be dissociated in his effort to destroy the galaxy for its own selfish needs. All hope certainly seems lost. Darla Gratch, Channel 2 News.
Yes, I know. It is worse than I expected too. Look, maybe you are right. This is a lot bigger than you or me. I was really selfish focusing on Qwark. It is not too late to stop Drek. Hey, yeah, we got this new ship. Let's go get him. Now you're talking. Sweet! Clank? Clank! Come on, wake up! Captain Qwark? No, goofball! It's me, Ratchet! What happened? You got toasted by lightning. This place is having one heck of a storm. You won't be safe out there. I'll be right back.
I got some great buggers for you today.
Congratulations! You just found a Gadgetron Morpho Ray. Hold down circle and keep the beam focused on an enemy. When the meter is full, the enemy will transform.
Captain Qwark? Where? Come on, Qwark. I know it's you. The name's Steve. Pleased to meet you. Look, Steve, I need to know where Drek is before it's too late.
Did you say too late? Sir, it is never too late to acquire the latest in a long line of quality products from Gadgetron. I have for you today only the Gadgetron PDA.
Public display of affection?
No, personal delivery assistant. This device allows you to purchase ammunition wherever and whenever you want it.
Yeah? How do I know it works?
You can always trust Gadgetron quality, or my name's not, Steve. Thank you, and have a qwark-tastic day.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
welcome to my shop! What can I get you? I'm looking for Drek. Sure, yeah, I got lots of stuff on sale after the bombing. No one's around to buy anything. Are you okay? Low prices, you bet. I could make you a deal on a busted turburator, a mangled carbonizer, or I got this infobot. Guess that bombing was pretty loud, huh? Oh, you're one shrewd negotiator. I'll tell you what, I can let this infobot go for half price. Well, that's about it for me. Thanks. Quit your complaining. I gave you a great deal. Sheesh. Afraid to go out at night? Afraid to go out during the day? Just plain afraid? Then you need this, the Ultra Mech Unlimited. This mech is the ultimate in personal defense systems. Blurg Industries is now taking pre-orders. Get yours before it's too late. Now that's what I call serious firepower. Clank's gonna be jealous when he sees this. Well, I guess Qwark didn't eliminate them.
How observant of you.
Thank you, sir.
Now if you're only so diligent and doing your new job!
Yes, sir.
Since our new planet is nearly finished, we need a plan to remove the world that is occupying our selected orbit. This time, it must be absolutely foolproof. Time is wasting!
Oh yeah!
You'll need the Gadgetron Holo Guys to explore the factory. Unfortunately, our scanners do not detect a Holo Guys on this planet.
Was it Pi Infinity or... Hey, do you need help fixing this thing? Actually, I'm trying to destroy it.
Why?
I was contracted to re-engineer my enlarging machine to create huge, heavily armed mechs. So that's where those mechs came from. Precisely. Had I known Drek was behind this, I would have not done it. Is there anything we could do? Well, if you will volunteer to be enlarged, you may be able to stop these mechs long enough for me to sabotage the machine. And then you will change me back? I never tried that, but in theory, yes.
When your energy bar is full, press triangle to unleash an atomic energy blast.
Let's go! Fire missile! Call
Now step into the machine and see what happens. Nice to have you back, I guess. I recalibrated the controls to only allow your specific circuit patterns. Ah, perfect. I don't know how to thank you two. Maybe this'll help. No! From Gadgetron, the makers of weapons and other fine products, comes the Holo Guys. With the Holo Guys, you can fool other robots into thinking you're one of them. Match your wits against other robots, work on robotic assembly lanes, attend robot parties. The Holo Guys, available only at Gadgetron headquarters for a limited time, not to be used for legal purposes, wear only in section areas. You will not actually become a robot. If I could get that thing, I'll be able to get past those robot guards. Robots aren't so easily fooled. Ah! What's that? What?
This is starting to become annoying. I'm not sure why I bother with you incompetent idiots. Alright, I'll try this one more time. You are my most elite troops. I'm sending you down to the planet's surface to destroy those troublemakers. Now go on. Oh, and if you have to destroy Gatron to get rid of them, so be it.
We finally get to meet the helpdesk girl. I hope she's cute. Why should that matter? Oh, man. So come here often?
Actually, I work here, so I come here all the time.
Oh yeah.
I've been following your progress. Here. Shh. Take this. It's a map-o-matic. It will be very helpful.
I'll, see you later.
Bye, sweetie.
I think she likes me.
The map-o-matic can be used to find secret areas. Just go to your map screen and all secret areas will be highlighted on the map.
Excuse me, sir. I was wondering if you were concerned about the, invasion? Son, our defenses are the best money can buy. Don't give it another thought. You ever been on a hoverboard? Yeah, once or twice. I am in search of a hip young star to represent my newest line of boards. Someone the kids can look up to. Then I'm your man. If you can beat my 10 spots in the race, the job's yours. That was terrific! Now I just need you to say a few words about our hot new boards. Huh? Now? Of course! Just look into the camera right over there and say what comes naturally. Rollin'! Hi. This is Ratchet for, Gadgetron hoverboards, and if you, Yo dudes, for the freshest boards in the galaxy, check out the new XC88 from the Gadgetron. It's so hot, it's cool. I think I caught the wrong guy. That was, something? Hey, I was thinking, do I get a discount on gadgets now? You have to be with the company for 2 years before the employee discount kicks in. I can't, however, let you have this.
The Gadgetron Holo Guys is the perfect infiltration device for all our non-robot customers. Simply equip the device and press the circle button. You will instantly be disguised as a sentry bot, preventing detection by all sentry bot security systems. Press the circle button again to wave at fellow sentry bots, who will then deactivate force fields for you.
That should do it. Mom. Brother. I've tried, Mom. I know. Hey, look! A sister!
My fellow Glarg, our synthetic world is now fully functional and ready for habitation. However, there is one small obstacle in our way, this pathetic lump of a planet. Due to some blunder of fate, it happens to occupy the galaxy's most perfect orbit. But no more, behold the deplanetizer, the most powerful laser ever created. Soon we will move the deplanetizer into place, just above the planet's surface. I will of course be on hand to press the button that will blow this mud ball to smithereens. No one even miss it. See you then.
Ratchet, are you alright? He is going to pay! Excuse me? It shouldn't take me long to see it. Drek is going to find out what happens when you mess with my home! What are you smiling at? This is the Ratchet I always knew was there. Okay, if we're going to do this, we need to get into Drek's ship and find out where he set up that laser. I'll try to make you proud, Mom.
Where is that puny shrimp?
The gunfire from the turrets is deadly. You will have to find a detour.
Tonight on Blore TV, the event you all been waiting for, the total annihilation of the entire planet! Witness the power of destruction and the nothingness that follows. So join the ultimate Supreme Executive Chairman Drek as he pushes the button that ends one world and begins another. Then, stay tuned for Galaxy's funniest superhero bloopers featuring Captain Qwark. Now we know where he is. Let's get him.
With the thruster pack, you can power slam switches like these by jumping and pressing R1.
what the?
Imbeciles, after all the trouble you got through, you're about to die right where you started. It's so poetic.
This is a clank.
Let's get 'em. You might have been useful to me after all. Too bad you chose the wrong side. See if you can try and get me, Lombax. You're not gonna have a chance to win, you fool! Trust me! Alright, that does it! See if you can chase me like this! So it has come to this. Once I step on this ignition switch, a countdown will commence. The end of which signals the destruction of your pitiful world.
There must be another way to make a home for your people.
Do you think this is what it's about? Who do you think polluted our last world? I did. This is about one thing and one thing only. Cash. And lots of it. You see, I've been paid for every square inch of my new world. Once the inhabitants move in, I will begin polluting this world as well. Then the whole thing starts all over again. Ah, brilliant.
Why, you evil little... Save it, Clank! We have to stop that timer!
Power slam that button to terminate that countdown. To power slam, jump and press the R1 button.
Yes!
Ratchet? What's up? You know what? This time, I'm thinking what you're thinking. This can't be good. Oh, no! Phew! That was close! Clank? You can pull us up now? The servos on my arm appear to be broken. Broken as in forward depths broken? Yes. Ah! Ah! That was close. Thanks. My arm appears to be badly damaged. You'll be alright. Hey, Tin Can! Where do you think you're going? We, still need to fix that arm. Do you have a problem with unwanted hair? Is it painful itching your niver regions, causing your undue embarrassment? Do you just plain stink? Then you need this, the Gadgeton Personal Hygienator. Hi, I'm Steve qwark, and this little baby can take care of any grooming needs that are too much for trouble for you to handle. Allow for me to demonstrate. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh, ouch! Oh, oh, Mommy! Oh no! Please stop! This is hurt!
Turn off!